Morning, Ms. Hardage.
Good morning. How are you, Jerry?
Just fine, thank you. Doing well.
Good. I'm at the beach, so I'm going to try to pay attention.
Oh,
I'm sure that's going to be difficult.
My family left the house to go ride bikes.
my wife just got some set up around the pool and fixed up around the pool, so she calls that her beach this summer.
I know. Believe me, we have used this same friend's house for years. It's in Hilton Head, and so they're not renting it this summer. So she's like, "You can still go down. Nobody's been in the house." But you know, I'm amazed at how many people are here. I'm just totally amazed.
Yeah.
So we're just cooking in and doing that, but I'm amazed at how many people are here.
Yeah, I think everybody's forgotten about it.
I'm not sure I have that second email about the executive session. For some reason, I can't find it. So I'm going to text them and tell them to send it to me again.
Yeah, I had 3 of those. I just didn't have the regular meeting.
Yeah, for some reason, I got to.
Frida, I'll go. I'm right around the corner from Kirk. I'll go.
Do you mind? And tell them I think
Yeah.
they sent it to me, but my guess is I deleted it. I think I thought it was a duplicate. Thank you.
And Jeff,
Yep.
you ask him to send it to me as well. I've been attempting to find it in my email.
Perfect. Okay, will do.
Good morning. It's Edmund on. It's 9:30 a.m. and we are ready to begin the meeting. Is Dr. Edmund on? Ms. Hardis, would you like for Mr. Floyd to proceed with the meeting?
I would love for Mr. Floyd to proceed with the meeting.
Okay, Mr. Floyd, good morning.
Mr. Floyd is muted.
We can see you, Bill. There you go.
Well, I'm trying my best to operate this thing.
Can we do a roll call just for the record? Good morning, this is Liz.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I will call the roll. Mr. Floyd, are you ready? Okay, Roberta. Yes,
I
sir.
can do hand signals if you can't hear me.
I'm here.
Roberta Abdul Salam.
Present.
Robbie Ash.
Here.
Jim Durrett. Roderick Edmond. Bill Floyd.
Present.
Roderick Frierson.
Present.
Ryan Glover. Jerry Griffin.
Here.
Frida Hardage.
Present.
Alicia Ivy.
Present.
Russell McMurray. Al Pond.
Present.
Rita Scott.
Present.
Christopher Tomlinson. And Thomas Worthy. Okay, we have 9 board members that are on the call this morning.
Thank you, John. The
You're
first
welcome.
item of business today for the Planning and Capital Programs Committee meeting for June 25th, 2020. Approval of the minutes of the May 28th, 2020 Planning and Capital Programs Committee meeting. Any objections to or additions or corrections?
No, this is Frida Hardage. I move it.
To adopt minutes.
Frida Hartage, I move approval.
Alpine second.
Alpine second. Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the motion for approval of the minutes is adopted. This is a briefing on the capital programs governance update. Franklin Rucker, Chief Capital Programs Expansion and Innovation. Mr. Rucker.
Well, thank you, Mayor Floyd. Good morning, Madam Chair. I guess, Mr. Floyd, you will be head of the committee, as well as fellow board members and everybody else who's in attendance, Jim Parker. Just one of the things that when I came on board, and we'll talk about this in detail, but it was pointed out to me that we needed to basically develop a rigorous governance process. And I'll talk through, and today's presentation will be to illustrate that process that we'll follow as we go forward. So if you all can hear me pretty well, I'm gonna get started with the presentation. All right? So the purpose is to discuss governance as it relates to the delivery of a project. The process is applicable to the MARTA program as well as the state of good repair. So everything that we do in capital programs. It describes what is being done, who has the authority to approve the work product, how the project is funded, and stakeholder relationships. The primary focus of this presentation is basically focusing on the role of the MARTA Board of Directors, as well as pointing out when we have participation from various jurisdictions specific to capital governance. All right, so discussion topics. So governance is a process that is put in place at the beginning of a major capital program. Unfortunately, ours is the outcome of an audit finding specific to better manage a capital delivery. These topics are all specific to correcting the findings and exceeding expectations in delivery. For the topics that we will discuss, we'll basically do a quick review of the audit findings, definition of what is governance, components of governance. When is governance successful? We'll take a look at our capital governance structure, and we'll do a description of each stage gate, description of related and resulting factors, discuss each stage gate in a bit of detail, and then we'll open it up for questions and answers. Now, I'll try to get through this in a fairly expeditious manner, but there's a lot of information to cover. So just going back to the audit findings. If you recall, back in 2018, there were 11 audit findings. And I'm not going to read each one, but these findings are specific to accountability of process, financials, and contract compliance. They reflect the need for uniformity and consistency in our delivery process. Findings 1 and 2 are specific to establishing a governance process where everyone, regardless of their organization, must comply. These two findings mandate a system where each phase of the project delivery is reviewed and approved for the next step. But I want to take time and just read findings 1 and 3, and you all basically should have the presentation. So number 1 says there's a lack of consistency in management of projects since no centralized project management office exists. And number 3, standard operating procedures that governs the Office of Capital Program and Development relative to CFP should be documented to cover the initiation, execution, and completion of capital improvement projects. And of course, you got the other 9 that if anybody wants to kind of look at and maybe discuss in detail, we're open to that. Otherwise, we're going to move on. Okay? So again, making reference to the 11 audit findings. So this diagram shows the integration and relationship of all the audit findings. At the center is our new data management system called Unifier. So a subset of Unifier's performance is establishing processes and procedures as well as a governance process. Okay, the output of the systems are a report which validates costs, identifies areas of concern requiring management intervention, and monthly products that capture the status of scope, schedule, and budget of all our projects in our fiscal year budget. Lastly, training, initial and refresher on our process. So we have to continuously do that because people tend to, in fact, I got a statement. So what is governance? I'll talk about that on the next slide. So in a nutshell, governance is the guidance, the decision-making, and the oversight put in place as part of a strategic framework to ensure accountability during all phases of project delivery. An old phase that has applicability is that people do best what management checks. And I'll say that again. People do best what management checks. So this system allows management to engage strategically and operationally without bogging down the process. So, you know, we've actually included a couple of definitions of governance by respected project management organizations, so for your viewing. So let's go to the next slide. So looking at components of governance. So basically policies, procedures, standards, responsibilities, and authorities, all right? These are the components of governance, straightforward and simple, assuming no challenges to execution. However, there are challenges. So business complexities in how we procure, award, and fund projects, FTA requirements that sometimes create additional costs and time to project delivery, and the intangibles of management, having the time to ensure compliance and the process. So it's never straightforward. So when is governance successful? So asking ourselves what drives success. You know, there are industry standard attributes or criteria for success. And basically what we illustrate are those industry standards, but I just wanted to mention a few. So the rule of law, you know, is our compliance to the MARTA Act and other regulatory requirements. Accountability may be for compliance for actions and for commitments. Equitable, inclusive, what is done for one is done for all, unless an outstanding reason exists to create an exception. So again, transparency, efficient and effective, accountability, equitable and inclusive, responsive, consensus-oriented, follow a rule of law, and again, overall participation equals success. So the next slide, and you all should have an 11 by 17 attachment of this, which is much easier to read. But I just really wanted to illustrate a strategic view of the governance process. You know, as we go through the presentation, we'll take on this thing in bite-sized pieces specific to the phase of the project to discuss process, authorities, board engagement, and deliverables. So just a little bit of detail. So we'll basically break down this chart here as we go forward now. So I wanted to basically note the top and give some definition to the top of the chart as well as the column on the left side. So at the very top, it describes the stage gates. Okay? So stages are the phases of the project where management can interface with work product and provide guidance specific to scope, schedule, and budget. Gates are the approval authorities needed to have documentation of decisions affecting the forward progress of the project. So let's take time to look at these for a minute. So stage gate 1, what we call initiation concept, and the purpose is to agree on or commit to a need. Stage gate 2, initiation, say development and evaluation. So prioritization and approval for entering the MARTA CIP. Stage gate 3 will be planning, agree on or commit to proposed solution, commit to execution project details. Stage gate 4 will be final design, be pretty much validation of a final design, scope, schedule, budget, authorization to proceed to implementation, which in our case is construction. So 5 would be the implementation stage gate. So that's board approval to solicit and award and implement the contracts. Stage gate 6 will be closed out. So document new and replacement asset, hand over board final approval, acceptance of the contract. So across the top of the diagram, again, we've illustrated that we've covered pretty much the life cycle of a project there. So let's go look at the vertical axis. Okay, so key criteria affecting the process at each stage gate. Now, we occasionally will refer to these as swim lanes. So you got process, basically procedures and necessary decision points required to properly assess each stage gate before proceeding to the next stage gate. You got your deliverables, outputs, basically work product needed to basically assist in the decision making or the result of a decision. So resultant action is secondary action resulting from a decision made in a stage gate. Basically, we look at meetings and events, outgoing meetings or events during the stage gate to ensure quality of the work product. This is very important, the next one. So approval authority, and this is where we want to spend a little time. Individuals or group who have the authority to make decisions specific to an action within a stage gate. Jurisdictions, so basically this primarily pertains to the expansion product. So City of Atlanta, Fulton County, Clayton County, and Cobb County, actions to facilitate the delivery process. So as we do these expansion projects, we do have a responsibility to basically have inclusion from the various jurisdictions who are funding those things. So operational stakeholders, so basically making sure we get input from various stakeholders as we progress through the whole process here. All right, let's go to the next one. So now we're going to take that chart that we saw on a couple of pages previous to that and break it down into the respective gates. Okay? So when I look at stage gate 1, it's the concept initiation phase. Anyone, to include jurisdictions, can submit a concept or an idea. So you might note the red box there, sponsor an idea concept basically goes up, and there's we looked at initial feasibility, analysis, limit assessment. We create what we call a project charter request, problem statement. We assign a project manager, basically, and then we proceed on. So we make a determination whether or not we proceed on to a project charter. So if the answer, but before we make that decision, so we have to have a concept brief by the sponsor. It has to basically go through the various chiefs, whether bus, rail, capital, and customer experience. Basically, project charter, we have to establish a budget for the initial. So we allocate a bit of money to develop the project charter, and basically that's done by the chief capital programs. And basically you see right here, stakeholders basically will have to concur. So we want that stakeholder participation and basically accountability as we go through the process. All right. So at that point, we proceed on. So you see the diamond that says proceed to project charter. If the answer is yes, we go into stage gate 2. One thing I wanted to point out as we go back to stage gate 1, so the driver of the phase is the MARTA Board of Directors Strategic Management Guidance for the delivery of a capital program. What we mean by that, so if you will go back and remember what you all approved as the capital program for the MARTA, for instance, or the capital program for Clayton County, that's the strategic guidance that we're going to execute these projects. So we have to basically put those projects within this system, and they all start with a development of a project charter request, or they start with an idea and concept, then they go through that process. So they've actually gone and negotiated what we call stage gate 1. Okay? All right, let's go to 2. So stage gate 2 is the development and evaluation of an idea or concept that has been allowed to proceed for further analysis. All right, so the purpose is the prioritization and approval for inclusion in the CIP. Funding, in order to fund it, basically look at order delivery, type of delivery, visibility to the board. So just really looking at that, so if we go to the very top of the process, we have a detailed assessment, and then we develop what we call a project charter. So basically, the project charter, if you follow in the line the various jurisdictions. So you see right there what we call a project management team or a project governance team. So those basically are outside stakeholders. And when I say outside stakeholders, that goes back to jurisdictions who work with us as we basically begin to develop the details of what will be required. Again, the earliest, basically the scope of the project, what the need is, identifying, how we're going to basically deliver that need, et cetera. All right? So as we go through the process, basically there's a prioritization by the C team. And basically as we prioritize projects, as you go down, there's a information brief to the board on the CIP. So we continually have to update you on where we progress in the CIP. And then approval of that prioritization has to be by the GM as well as the MARTA C team before basically we're going to push it over into the budget. So going back to the very top, if it's a yes that we approve this project basically going forward to the basic budgeting and funding within the CIP. So basically that process is approved by, in the budget appropriations process at the start of the year, and it goes to what typically is our process with the annual budget brief to the board of directors, and then final approval by the board, as well as the GM. So that kind of illustrates that. Now, the only thing I want to point out here, if there's a project that we want to put into the CIP, after the approval, the fiscal approval of the budget, then we have a change control board that basically has to initiate a process to get that included there. And then we have to report that back to you all. So basically, as we go through gate 2, basically, so approved. So at gate 2, you get approval in the March fiscal year budget. The answer is yes. If it's no, then we go back and reevaluate the prioritization of the project. But let's go and assume we are yes. So we go into stage gate 3. Now, stage gate 3 would be the transition and planning. Two key things to know. Planning for the MARTA program is actually done by a planning department led by Heather Aldeff and her team, as well as Shady Good Repair is led by Marsha Beaumont and her team. All right, so they take two different paths. So the first thing, planning, is if it's a Shady Good Repair project, basically it drops down and it goes, basically it tracks the different things. So we don't do the same level. Well, we do the same level of planning, but it's actually done by in-house expertise versus bringing in an outside consultant to do it for the most part. If it's an expansion project, we follow straight across, and we normally retain an outside consultant to assist us with the expansion project, given the fact that they're larger corridor expansion projects, okay? Key thing there is basically they too go through an approval process, and I want to drop down to the green box here. So basically, as we begin to work on those expansion projects, you have the AGM basically and chief basically approving and concurring, and basically they get support from planning as we go through the process. Now the key step there I really wanted to focus on is the approval process. All right. So basically, whether it be a Shady Good Repair or an expansion, you have to go through an approval process. And that process basically is you see the approval there as we go down the dashed line. So the chief of expansion with the AGMs of planning capital. So that's an initial approval. And then that approval has to go to the MARTA C team as well as the MARTA board. And also there's a governance committee that basically is with MARTA as well as outside jurisdictions that have to have some line of sight on what we're doing. So let me give you an example of this. So if we have a certain requirement for an expansion project, say for a streetcar east, for instance, if the project is well outside of 10% above the allocated budget for that project, then that has to be a discussion as to whether or not we proceed with that project or modification of scope. And that's really what you're getting at. So at that point, the MARTA board has to be made aware of it. Basically, the jurisdiction has to be made aware of it, you know, and we have to make a decision as to how we want to proceed with that. So if there's a modification, then we have to go back and do some replanning. If there's a decision the project is too expensive, all right, and this is just an example, I'm not saying any project is too expensive, but if it's not feasible, then there's a stop on that thing. So, you know, this is a very major step in the process, you know, determining whether or not we met the intent of the initial concept. You know, and intent could be scope, schedule, and budget. Any questions on that? Okay.
Hey, Frank, let me just add a key point here that when we leave this stage planning, we've got a 30% design for the project. So we've moved from a concept of a project to an actual 30% engineered design. Is that right?
Yeah. So if we look at results in action there, Jeff, so there's right there, preliminary engineering complete, decisions made on scope, schedule, delivery method, and so we certified. So we go through safety certification, et cetera. So the budget is locked down at that point. Then we start the whole submission process to FTA, et cetera. So it's a very important step there. Okay.
Bill Floyd. A lot of times, the that you're going by problem or part of understanding. You might take just a minute and explain how you arrive at that estimate and what sources you use to arrive at the estimate that you're going by, that if we're 10% over, we have to reevaluate.
Okay, so one of the requirements at PE, so go back to results and action, so that PE is actually preliminary engineering. So that's the first time we've actually done, so in preliminary engineering, we actually do survey. You know, as Jeff said earlier, we've actually gone to 30% design. And, you know, there's a lot of detail known about the project that wasn't known when we initiated the project. So the devil, you've heard me say all the time, the devil is in the detail. So at that point, you know, we know the impacts of the project as it goes to a quarter, and we begin to put pricing to those impacts. Now, the people
So Frank, so currently, just one of our BRT projects, and take either one right now, like Summer Hill, we haven't completed this phase yet. We're in this phase. So right now, our cost estimate is really, conceptual cost estimate is based on a cost per mile, and the work that was done around the concept. And when we finish this phase, we will have lane miles and stations identified, and some level of quantities of pavement and all those things at a 30% level done. So that's the first time we've really applied the engineering world to a project to support a cost estimate. Is that fair?
Now, one thing to point out is not the first time we've actually been tracking budget. So if you go back,
right. Not the first time we tracked a budget, but the budget's been based on a the concept, not on an engineered solution yet.
Right. So whether it be parametric, then we get a little more detail, and we basically begin to price that. But this is the first time we got an engineering concept. So if we have to place a certain amount of pavement, we begin to identify what that pavement is, as well as sidewalk and things of that nature. So you begin to develop that. And what's important is the submission to FTA for funding. So we want to have as much detail, because as we go through this process of federal government funding, you know, this is the point where they make the determination on the amount they give you. So this has to be, that preliminary engineering step is a very important step.
Okay, Frank, this is Rod. I had a question. So when I look at this flow chart, and I'm trying to say that we got these projects across the top, and they move through these stages. So if I took like the Indian Creek as an example, what stage would that be in? Would you communicate to us that that's in the phase 3 or stage 4, or is it further down the line, the rehabilitations of all the stations, not specifically Indian Creek.
All right, so Indian Creek is following what we said is yes, state of good repair.
All right, yes. Okay.
So it's not an expansion corridor, it's actually a rehabilitation project,
Right.
which is actually being done by our in-house experts downstairs on the fourth floor. So our engineering and architectural department there. Now, once they actually develop the scope of work that they want to include within the project, you know, they have to come back and get approval to proceed with that scope of work. And that approval is based on basically an allocation of a budget. So let me tell you where we are on this. So Indian Creek, for instance, you know, if you go back and look at the fiscal year 21 budget,
Right.
we got a line item that funds station rehabilitation. That's 3177, and it puts about $62.5 million in there. Now, we are actually going through this process right now. That's why I know it. All right, so we're looking at allocations of money to each respective station. So in this case, it's about $10 million per station.
Right. Right.
An airport station, which gives about 15, and then that's another thing we want to do on each lake, that particular one. And again, I just looked at that this morning. That's why I know all that. So in the 10 million, there's an allocation to basically construction manager for its general conditions and fee. There's an allocation to the designer, and then there's an allocation to the construction component. Okay, so we are right at the point where we basically will approve basically the distribution of that funding, right? So we're right there, ready to go to yes, right? So when we actually go, right, so we're negotiating with designers right now. We're negotiating with the CMRs for the scope of work. Once we agree on what those costs, and they're within the budget, we can now say yes, and we'll go to the next gate.
Okay, so what stage are we in then? Is it stage 1 or stage 2, or we haven't started yet?
We're in this planning stage, about to leave it when those negotiations are finalized. That yes, that he's hovering around will be moving into the next phase. Is that right, Frank?
Yeah. So we're negotiating on design scopes of work, et cetera, and the fees for those designs.
Right.
Fees for, so we got, in this case, it's a construction manager who's tracking what those scopes are. So as soon as we come to an agreement with those designers, we're gonna go into stage 4. All right, so go to stage 4.
Okay, that's I don't know. I just want to kind of see where projects fall as they move through. Not only that, but like you say, various other projects. Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
So that's a question.
Yes. No other questions?
All right, so Mr. Franklin, you see, station rehab is right at the end completion of stage gate 3. We're waiting for those final determinations, scope, schedules, and budgets there. Once we come to an agreement with all the, I'm gonna call it participants, whether it be the CMR, design, et cetera, we're gonna approve that, and we're gonna push that into final design and start the real detail work. So if you'll take a look at stage gate 4, of course, you know, final design, we're just going to take that from a conceptual or 30% design to 100%, basically. And in the stage gate, the board does approve once we go out for, you know, so let's look at it. So design required, yes, basically, so we go through the design process. That process is approved once we complete that design by the chief of expansion with the agents associated with that. Then we go into a procurement process. In this case, we've already basically been approved to proceed in the CMR fashion. So we basically will come back to the board and report. Basically, we'll give you an update on the status of the project and basic costs and budgets associated with that. And then we'll basically finalize the design. You know, you got 60, 90, and construction documents. Basically, we'll go through that whole process, and then once we get to finalization, we'll basically go into a solicitation for work. Okay? Now, I just want to point out, station rehab is a different type of process delivery methodology. Typically, if you go through a design bid build process, you know, there will be a procurement for a designer. And that's what that red square illustrates, that basically we need to have a design. We basically go out, request, listen and select. So we'll complete that procurement, and then we'll basically give a work order, you know, for them to proceed.
All right, thank you, that makes sense. All right.
So in station rehab, we've already done that process. We hired a 6 designer, so we're a little bit ahead of the game on that.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Stage gate 5 is construction phase. And the key thing to point out there before we go to construction is the procurement of a contractor. Now, again, for basically CMR, the contractor has already been determined, so the CMR will become the contractor, and they'll basically initiate their own procurement process to bring the components and finish that job. Now, on a typical job like one of the big quarters we'll come up with, you can see right here, basically, you go to the contractor, so we had to basically go to the board, request approval to solicit, basically come back with a selection, basically the recommendation. We'll have to go through the various groups for approval. Now, when you go to construction, so once we get the procurement process completed, we move into construction and operational readiness. But the first thing we knew, we got to execute the construction in a safe, certifiable manner, basically in that process there. So once we actually finish the contract, we deliverables, we go back, documented the deliverables per contract conditions. You know, occasionally there is a change control board that basically deals with any claims or requests for equitable adjustments. We'll talk about that in the next topic on the agenda. And basically we have to approve that change, and then finally we do what we call a closeout as we go into the stage gate 6. And the closeout being, and the key step in the closeout is basically where we finalize the project, inclusive of basically getting all contractual documents, and do a final financial analysis and lesson learned, and we close the project out. And then we go back to the GM and the MARTA Board of Directors for acceptance of a recommendation to close out. So that will be that process. So it will be quite a bit, but if we get the rigor to execute this, then we pretty much comply with everything associated with that audit, and we are now operating in what I call a major league program.
Hey, Frank, can I just add a little bit here? This has been you know, an extensive effort that Frank's led. Really appreciate his diligence on this. But 2 people come to my mind. You know, one from Frank's staff and one from Frank's consultant staff who have really rolled up their sleeves and put this together. And that's Marcia Bomar and Tim Brown from Jacobs have done a great job. Frank, we must have you guys spent hours reviewing this with me, and I know there were, you know, probably 100 times that effort gone into this to put this together. We wanted to make sure that the board saw the touch points that you would be involved in along these processes, but make sure that you understood that there was some significant controls and considerations through these processes to manage this program. And, you know, at the end of the day, we're going to be pushing billions of dollars through this program. So, you know, getting it right and following the process will be key to our success, and, you know, a key part of the fiscal stewardship that we have to do both for our State of Good Repair program and all of our expansion programs. So hats off to you and Frank, you and your team for pulling this together.
The only thing I would add is
Take me.
that, go ahead, Ms. Floyd. just the only thing I want
Second,
to
and I
add to that.
think you
Go ahead, Mr. Floyd. I'm going to navigate. Okay, go ahead, Frank.
No, I just want to add that, it's key that we begin to exercise this process with the rigor it takes to actually do it. So, from this day forward, this is our process, and if we have a change to the process, then we're going to come back and illustrate the change. But if we get everybody in the mindset that it has to go through this process and everybody's following it, then we got a pretty good program. I want to reiterate.
Okay, I want to make a couple of points about Frank, and thank you again for going through this. This is a detailed process. But I want to point out a couple of things as a board member, and it's important that as a board member, these are my considerations, that we understand that you are going through on a day-to-day basis for governance. We know that even though we only hear about it once a month or whatever, we know that you're going through a lot more detail and you're going through these processes, and we understand what those processes are. The other thing, where our contact points are with where you need us to be involved in it, when you ask, and also that we understand where the jurisdictional partner intersect with this process, what those points are. And the last thing that I'll say is it's important that this process breaks down at any point, how to that breakdown and how it went wrong and what you're doing to correct it. So those are the things that I want to bring out of this. And I know about it. It's an incredibly involved process, and I'm you're there to handle this. So any other comments on this process?
Yeah, Bill, I'd like to jump in with one question to Frank.
Go ahead.
Please.
Hi, Frank Alpine, quick question. I think this is great, particularly the project controls in phase 3 where you're tying down costs. My question there on say smaller projects, maybe major repair projects where there's not a lot of design, maybe not a lot of planning, but you're more replacing something in kind. Do we short circuit some of these steps where we do not get too wrapped around the axle on these smaller, straightforward projects?
So Mr. Bond, I would say we pretty much follow what you got. And so, again, if it's a state of good repair project, and that's pretty much typically what you're talking about, it can be executed a lot faster by going in-house and doing the design, et cetera. And that will be how we really would accelerate the process. But I don't want to get too far removed from this process. We just have to basically do the process faster. The minute you start giving some flexibility in what project goes through what process, then we will go back eventually to what we just started with or what we're trying to move away from. So we just have to execute with urgency versus moving away from that governance process. So the governance process is the governance process. We just have to do it faster in some cases.
Yeah, I think where we are now is we've got a framework. Now it's on Frank and his team for the organization to develop some muscle memory around this framework so that this just feels like, oh, that's how we do things. And clearly too much short circuiting. And I think that was a big issue that drove some of the audit findings. So making sure that we can do things faster. I don't think, as we've thought through this, if we think about the emergency work that we had to do at Peachtree Center, I don't know, a year or so ago, I think we could get that through this process extremely quickly. And those are the types of kind of impactful, just replacing in kind materials.
And Jeff, to that, we recently had an occurrence, and Mr. Bond, you made that we wanted to do a project within the next 6 months. And the project manager just basically was ready to make an assumption he's going to move the project. And one of the things we pointed out is that we will go back through this process. Not a big job, you know, maybe $2.5 million, but we want this process basically negotiated. That way we can document. So it's important that you had a rigor to go through the process. It's just how timely you are in execution.
This is Roberta Frank. One question for a couple. When you go through the different stages and the different diamond points, I think you called them, how will the board know what stage we are on at each project when, you know, we don't get a brief every month? How will you communicate that to the board members?
So you know, that's one of the things. Reporting is one of the things we will have to begin to do now to update you. So whether it will be in monthly or quarterly reports, you will know where we are progressing these things for. And that's one of the commitments I have for you. So with this new unified system, we're going to begin to publish dashboards and updating those dashboards on a monthly basis. And then we'll probably go in with a more robust report on a quarterly basis to give you an update and answer any outstanding questions that dashboard didn't care.
That sounds real good. And then finally, it took you guys, I'm sure, several months and you know, hundreds of man hours to put this together and tweak it and everything. So please don't be upset when I call for my refresher course. This is a lot to take in. This is a lot for us to take in. You know, first time seeing it, so I may have to come back a couple of times. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Frank.
I just want to say it took us 17 iterations to get this right, and Jeff, you know, we do an iteration. We go talk to Jeff, you know, basically talk to everybody associated with it. This is a process, and basically, there's certain tweaks that we had to make for each iteration.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
So I think, you know, I think what's important here is that we have a framework, we have processes set up. We need to start using the lexicon of these projects in front of this process in front of you, so we start to build that familiarity. Because there's no expectation that oh, we provided you all the information on this, you just need to get it now and you know, and try and keep up with Frank. So you know, we will bring this back and talk about it and make sure we're consistent in the words we use to help do that. You know, this is, like I said, we're going to push billions of dollars through these processes, and you know, staff and the board needs to understand that it's complex. I tell you, we looked at this stuff and, you know, had questions, and does that really mean what that means? And so there's no expectation that everyone gets this off the bat.
Thank you.
And one thing, as we start moving projects through, I think it may be good to have, so as we negotiating gates, to have a illustration of that gate and making sure as we're discussing projects, we go back and reference the gates, and that will begin to bring everybody up to speed on what we're doing. Okay?
Okay. Comments or questions? Roberta, I'd like for you to handle the refresher course next month, if you don't mind. You in charge of that?
Yes, as long as I can do the special ed version.
All right. Any other comments?
The only thing I wanted to mention, well, before we do that, Mayor Floyd, the only thing I wanted to mention, there is a procedure that goes with this diagram. So this, which kind of details every associated with it. I won't go through that.
Very good.
Yeah, summary. All right. Okay.
No other comments or questions for Mr. Rucker? Item 3 on the agenda, which is a resolution authorizing the solicitation of proposals for on-call claims analysis, RFP 4740. Is that correct? I'm having trouble reading this.
47040. Yes.
Resolution. Is there a motion for adoption of this resolution?
This is Robbie Ash. I move approval.
Rod Frierson, second.
Motion for approval of the resolution. Do I hear a second?
Rod Frierson, second.
Discussion on this resolution. Frank, you want to make a presentation on it now?
No, I just really was going to give a quick overview of what we're trying to do here. So if you allow me about 30 seconds, I can do that. All right. So basically, I'll go down to business purpose. You know, basically, MARTA we're undergoing a significant upgrade of the infrastructure, and it's part of several tax initiatives which fund the state of good repair and expansion program. You know, as with any large capital program, there are occasions when the owner and the contractor are not in agreement regarding impacts to a project requiring the service of, so that sometimes requires the services of a third-party claims analysis firm. So these firms are specialized in basically giving a unbiased opinion of impacts as we execute a project. So we've these projects are big enough to really justify that third-party support. So we as a staff are requesting that the MARTA Board of Directors authorize this solicitation for proposals and the procurement of an on-call claims analysis service to assist in basically working through those disputes.
Frank, do you think it would be helpful to explain Resolution 4 also? I'm sorry to interrupt, but would it be helpful, Frank, do you think, to also describe the modifications to the existing contract, Resolution 4, just so there's no confusion about the two before there's a vote on the first one?
All right. So on item 4, which is a resolution authorizing the modification of a contract for claims analysis. So we are in the midst of an analysis of a major contract. You know, so the contract has come forward with a request for an equitable adjustment, which is adding millions of dollars, you know, to the bottom line of the contract value. Now, there's a dispute between us and the contractor as to the impact and the value of that impact. So we've already gone out and under a letter of agreement, basically nominate two firms, and they're basically we got multiple, I'm gonna call them claims or requests for adjustments, basically that are currently in play. But on this particular one, this contract, you know, again, is a multi-million-dollar contract, and the request for adjustment is in tens of millions of dollars. So we wanted to have a third-party opinion so we can be fair and reasonable in assessment, because we, as a MARTA team, have made an assessment. The contract is not in agreement with our assessment, so the third party will help to arbitrate that difference, so to speak. So we have a letter agreement with that firm to basically perform the analysis of the progression and impact, you know, on that particular project. And what we're finding is that, you know, in the authorization, Jeff's authorization in the letter agreement stops at about $200,000, and the cost to fully assess is about $400,000. So in this particular paper, we're requesting that he be allowed to increase his authorization up to a level of $400,000 for this particular project.
So that's Resolution 4, extending an effort that's ongoing that exceeds my limitation, and then Resolution 3 that is in front of you at this very moment is to solicitate proposals so that we'll have contractors on an ongoing basis, and that we don't have to issue letters of agreement, and that we can handle this in a smoother way in the future. So, thank you, Frank.
Now, I just want to say, you know,
I was forgetting a little ahead of myself there with the prior. I forget. I sat through this, and I forgot you all had not heard that yet. So Apologize for that. I got a little ahead of myself there. So,
Mayor Floyd, one thing I just want to point out, and again, you know, these are large capital programs and large capital projects and they're very complex with a lot of interface. So as we go out, you know, we always try to minimize and anticipate what those interfaces and complexities are, but it's a real dynamic and unknown condition out there every time we do one of these jobs. So to have an on-call evaluator, it would be a good process to begin to, as we have impacts, to basically assess those impacts instead of waiting to the very end of the job to do it. So this will give us a more efficient service, so to speak. And that goes back to resolution 3.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we've shared with you what we need to share, and you guys have, have in front of you resolution 3. So turn it back to you, Mayor Floyd.
any other comments or questions about this resolution 3? Resolution RFP. All right, hearing none, motion for adoption of this resolution. Forget how we do this. Any objections or vote this proposal? Abstentions? None. The resolution is adopted. Now, item 4 is a resolution authorizing contract. Okay, I'm a hard time saying. There it is. Claims analysis. Mr. Rucker.
So again, we just
else to say for adoption of this resolution.
Move approval. Griffin.
Griffin, is there a second?
Hardage, seconds.
I hear the motion and I hear the second. Any discussion? All right. Are there any objections to this resolution? For this resolution is adopted. Hey, Mr. Rucker, are there any other matters to come before this committee?
Mr. Floyd, this is Frida Hardage. I think I make a motion that we go into executive session for the purposes of real estate at this time. Our consultants are ready to do their presentation and it flows with what we've just been discussing.
Okay, would somebody describe the procedure that we go through in order to do that?
Okay, what we're going to do is we have to, I made the motion. Someone needs to second. Okay, all in favor? Is there any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, so what we do at this point is we now sign off of this and go to the other email that was sent to you, which is the executive session email.
And Ms. Hardage, this is Liz. If it's easier for folks, I've been told that you can leave this WebEx portal open and then go to the other one and then come back to this one.
Good.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And if anybody has any problems accessing the other one, Tanya and Tyrene are available to help you all.
Okay, and one more question. I didn't get a second on the motion to go into executive session.
That was Roberta.
Thank you.
So this is Kirk Talbot. Liz, that information could be a little risky. I prefer everyone to leave this meeting. If you leave the public meeting open, there's a chance that people's microphones might pick up both the public and the executive meeting.
Okay, well, I was told the other way, so fine.
So it's that red X that you can hover over and leave the meeting.
For those who have called in, do you just stay online or do you dial back in, or?
There'll be a different dial-in number. Kirk, could you send that to Alicia, please?
Ms. Ivy, we will call you into the new meeting. So you will hang up from this meeting and we will call you into the executive session.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
No, I can't do that because it will kill.
I sign out of this one.
Yes, sir. You'll need to sign out of this meeting so that you can sign into the other.
Okay, leave meeting.
Yes, I haven't torn this meeting down yet. Thank you. Keep an ear out. yeah. Okay, we're transmitting again. And we will work to call everyone back into the meeting if there's any challenges.
Okay, I'm here now. Where are we now on the agenda for today?
I believe that the planning meeting just has to be adjourned, and then we'll go into the next committee meeting, the operations and safety.
Okay, good enough.
You should now be able to see the Planning and Capital Programs Committee meeting agenda on your screens.
We got it.
Ms. Ivy, are you able to hear us?
Yes, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Mr. Griffin, would you like for me to go ahead and proceed with calling the roll?
If we're ready to go with operations and safety, yes, please do.
Can we
sorry,
just-
we have to call.
Well, let me call, if we're ready for, do we need to wind up the planning?
Yeah, we just need to adjourn the planning meeting before going opening the operations and
I
safety.
move we adjourn the planning committee meeting.
Done.
Second.
Now it's fine to go into the operations and safety meeting.
Okay, would you bring up that agenda, please, for operation and safety? Okay, now, still got the other one. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. All right, let me call the meeting, the Operation and Safety Committee to order. Would you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Roberta Abdul Salam. Robbie Ash.
Here.
Jim Durrett. Roderick Edmond. William Floyd.
Present.
Roderick Firestone. Ryan Glover. Jerry Griffin.
Here.
Rita Hardage. Alicia Ivy.
Present.
Russell McMurray. Al Pond.
Present.
Rita Scott. Rita Scott. Rita Scott.
She's there.
Christopher Tomlinson. And Thomas Worthy. Mr. Chair, we have 7 board members that are on the call.
Great. First order of business, could we get a motion to approve the minutes of the May 28th, 2020 meeting?
I move approval. Ivy.
Ivy moved second.
Rod Frierson, second.
All right, Mr. Frierson second. Any objections? Any abstentions? Not, the minutes are approved. Okay, the first order of business, resolution authorizing the solicitation of proposals for the procurement of eligibility assessment services for MARTA mobility paratransit operations. Mr. Roosevelt Stripling.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, sir.
IT, I need access to share my content.
All right, you've been made presenter now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Operations and Safety Committee, board members, and Mr. Parker. The Office of Mobility Service is seeking your authorization to solicit proposals for the procurement of eligibility assessment services for MARTA's mobility paratransit operations. The authority is currently in the second and final option year of a similar contract with Medical Transportation Management, MTM, contract number P36410. This contract is scheduled to end on May 17, 2021. Under the FTA's ADA regulations, paratransit service must be provided to eligible individuals whose disabilities prevent them from using the regular fixed route bus or rail system. As such, the purpose of this proposed contract will be to partner with a qualified vendor to provide support to the authority in determining customer eligibility based on industry standards in accordance with FTA regulations and MARTA guidelines. Under the terms of the proposed contract, the authority will retain the responsibility for direct administration of the application process for new and recertifying mobility clients. Now, this will include processing applications, creating and maintaining customer records, scheduling customers for their assessments with the contractor, and issuing eligibility determinations to all applicants within the mandated 21 calendar days. The selected vendor will be responsible for providing comprehensive eligibility assessment services to the authority. Those will include in-person interviews of applicants, functional assessments, and/or cognitive assessments as required. Additionally, the contractor will provide daily, weekly, and monthly reports of their findings regarding determinations to the MARTA staff, and they will provide documentation throughout the eligibility process for appeals if required. For fiscal years 2017, 18, and 19, the current contractor has processed an average of 3,382 assessments per year. FY 2020's assessments are trending at 2,722 as of May 2020. This low assessment level is an anomaly and a direct result of the COVID-19 social distancing. The targeted execution date for the new contract is March 2021. The contract term will be for 5 years. This term will include a 3-year base and 2 one-year option years. And the projected cost of the proposed new contract is approximately $2.2 million. Mr. Chairman, the Office of Mobility Service is requesting the committee's approval of this agenda item to solicit proposals for the procurement of eligibility assessment services for MARTA's mobility paratransit operations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Do I hear a motion? I have a motion.
Rod Frierson, motion.
Second.
Ivy.
All right, Ms. Ivy seconded. Discussion.
Jerry, I have one question, Alpine. And there's some history here I'm not aware of, but this looks like a straightforward administrative type contract. I'm just curious why we outsource something like this. I don't see anything at first blush that would say that there's anything unique or special that we could outsource. I'm just curious.
Mr. Triplett.
Sir, prior to this current contract, the authority did provide approval of certification in-house. It was done by an individual. The individual did not necessarily have the professional training to make the types of determination based upon FDA and ADA guidelines. What the authority did was enter into a contract with a provider that had the requisite social services or healthcare background to provide assessments of individuals based upon their ability to ride fixed route service. And the primary difference is that it was a totally paper-based process, and the previous process looked only at the application itself, did not take into account an individual's abilities. It only looked at what was written down on the paper. What we do now, we take advantage of the travel training center that the authority has invested in, and we bring individuals in-house, and we essentially simulate real world situation where we have a mock-up train, we have a bus, we have various slopes, various.
Excuse me, Roosevelt. So the board members, just to give some context to what you're saying right now, the board members who are on the bus tour, we did tour this facility over right next to where the police offices are. So I think some of the board members and I think Al Pond, I think you were on that tour. That at least that was my recollection.
Correct.
Sorry, Roosevelt.
Yes, sir.
You can continue.
And so essentially utilizing this facility and the investment, we have an opportunity to approve individuals who, based upon guidelines, are eligible for our services. And even though we do deny individuals, or the contractor makes a recommendation to deny individuals, the denial rate is still low. It's about 5% of those individuals that actually apply. And even those individuals who apply have the opportunity to appeal such a process, but the denial rate was much lower previously, as well as we have the ability now to segregate individuals as to clearly those who are conditionally eligible, meaning that there are situations that may exist when their trip is not an 88 trip. It's a trip that they could easily take on regular fixed route. This, in effect, would, of course, reduce the financial impact to the authority because these individuals are now riding fixed route as opposed to riding the paratransit services. And that's the general nature of what this particular contract will do. It hones in on ensuring that only those individuals who are most qualified for the service receive the service.
Mr. Pond, did that answer your question? Because I think your question was more, why do we contract this versus in-house?
Correct. And I think I heard
Can
it.
I help? Yeah, so there are some, the individuals who are working for the firm that we would select are currently working doing this are making some observations about the ability for a MARTA patron to walk up a ramp, to step inside a rail vehicle. And so they're making some clear observations. It's not just an administrative, we're not just reviewing doctor's notes or doctor's records and things like that. There is a I don't want to call it a medical evaluation, but an evaluation of their ability, their mobility. So.
Yes, sir. And those, the real straightforward administrative pieces, those are the ones that I enumerated earlier. The authority will retain responsibility for those strictly administrative, taking in the applications, processing the applications, entering the data into our database, et cetera. The authority will continue to handle all of that.
Okay. Pond, did you get your question answered?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, this is Alicia Ivy.
Ms.
I
Ivy?
would like to ask a question. Yes, thank you so much. We learned a lot from our listening session with the mobility community, and one of the clear messages was the issue of customer service. And that was one of the largest feedbacks, that we received from the ridership was customer service with regard to this area. Has there been a clear path in terms of making sure that we emphasize that our customer service needs to be heightened and taken to a greater level with this company? I know what the performance has been, but clearly we've heard a resounding, loud tone from this community that customer service is priority.
To answer your question, yes, ma'am, there has been. We have made a number of internal changes, streamlining the process. We are making a recommendation to the operations management team to streamline the recertification process, which would mean that we would take out of the throughput those current customers who have already been certified and they've been determined to be unconditionally eligible, and so we would take them out of the throughput of the recertification process and allow them to be streamlined for their recertification. They won't have to come back in. They won't have to get back into any type of a bottleneck. So we reduce the opportunity for a bottleneck there. And we are also making additional changes within the eligibility area to cross-train staff within the reservations group, as well as the eligibility team, so that we can provide more administrative support, more opportunity for us to be able to answer phone calls on our in a more timely fashion, so that our customers are not having to wait.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear that, because particularly in the streamlining of the process, because so many people indicated that that was a great hardship for them. Adding an additional layer of having to do that particular applicant time again was quite significant for this mobility population. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? If not, let's have the vote. Is anybody opposed to it, this resolution, to solicit proposals? Anybody abstain? Then I'm assuming the resolution passes. All right, the next, Mr. Roosevelt, you've got it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, now it's a resolution authorizing the award of a contract for the procurement of parking lot sweeping services B45532. Sean Thomas, Acting Director of Facilities, and let me say that the pending DBE status confirmation has been done. This is a minority DBE firm. So go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Chairman Griffin, Mr. Parker, Mr. Greenwood, and Operations and Safety Committee members. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If I may, I would like to bring your attention to agenda item number 3 for the resolution authorizing the award of a contract for the procurement of parking lot sweeping services, IFB 45532. The Office of Facilities is seeking approval of a resolution authorizing the award of a contract proposal number B45532 for the procurement of parking lot sweeping services. This contract will support 2 of the authority's strategic initiatives, improving the customer experience and promoting MARTA's image and brand. In addition, this is part of a new approach to cleaning the stations and supporting the infrastructure, and discourages littering, discourages rodent feeding and nesting, and promotes clean and clear storm drains, as well as extending the life of patron parking lot services. The intent of this contract agreement is to address various deficiencies such as trash and debris at a variety of targeted areas of concerns at approximately 45 facilities throughout the authority by providing general parking lot sweeping services. The customer-facing areas considered within this agreement include parking lots, parking decks, park and ride lots utilized across various segments of the system. And in comparison with the previous agreement, this contract includes some increased service frequencies at customer-facing locations, as well as the addition of parking lot sweeping at maintenance facilities to assist with maintaining compliance with our ISO certifications and other environmental regulations regarding stormwater systems. The goal of this solicitation is to improve the customer experience and authority brand by keeping our parking lots, decks, and adjacent storm drains and detention ponds free of dirt, trash, leaves, and other foreign debris. And one of the things that also is included in this agreement is that during the fall and winter months, when we have a lot of leaves and debris, and also when we put out sand and ice melt, and this contract will also assist us with those cleaning activities in the parking lots. And the locations there, as I mentioned, there's also an increase in the service visits of the stations. We're going to 8 service visits per month. I know previously there was some discussion, and it alluded to the fact that there were more than 8 visits, but the 8 visits per month is the average number of visits that we have. There are a few locations that will still have less service visits per month, but we'll have the ability to get additional service visits based on the needs of the particular locations. So, as an overview, I'd like to share with you the timeline of the bid activities for this solicitation. The IFB was advertised on April 6, 2020, which subsequently led to 46 firms retrieving the online solicitation or purchasing the CD. After receipt of and response to a limited number of vendor inquiries. The authority received 10 bids prior to the bid deadline of May 27, 2020. Those bids, the amounts ranged from $774,216 to an amount in excess of $10 million in response to this solicitation. Of the vendors remaining who didn't submit a bid, 15 were unable to perform the required work. 11 were considered clearinghouse inquiries. 6 were deemed too busy to review and complete the IFB, and 4 did not respond to the survey request. And it was determined that the lowest responsible bidder was Elite Parking Services, also doing business as the Verite Corporation. They submitted a bid of $774,216.00. It was subsequently determined that this vendor is capable of providing the requested services. The submitted pricing was considered to be fair and reasonable based on the level of competition and the favorable response to the IFB. As Mr. Griffin, as you alluded to, prior to the solicitation, there was a DBE goal of 20% established, and however, it was later determined that this vendor would be a certified DBE. With this in mind, I respectfully request authorization to award contract proposal B 45532 for the procurement of parking lot sweeping services to Elite Parking, also doing business as the Verite Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Do I have a motion?
Ivy.
All right, I got a motion second.
Alpine second.
Okay, got a motion and second. Discussion. If there's no discussion, are we ready to vote? Does anybody object to this contract? Anybody abstain? Resolution's approved. All right, next one is a briefing on station transformation. Mr. Springstead, Chief of Rail Operations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Griffin. I'm preparing to share my screen. Kirk, could you, there we go. And hopefully everyone can see the screen. Can you see the screen, Mr. Griffin?
Not yet.
Okay.
Still have your initials.
Should be coming up. I'll try it again. Oh, here we go.
Okay, it's coming up.
Come up now? Okay, fantastic. There you go. You should have the whole screen. Mr. Griffin, Ms. Ivy, Mr. Parker, Mr. Greenwood, and members of the Operations and Safety Committee, good afternoon. We had presented this station management approach back in March, very high level, and we're glad to return to the ONS committee and give you an update. So I will briefly step through this and glad to answer questions at the end. So MARTA priorities, just to refresh, there were 4 main priorities that were driven, and obviously excellence in customer service sits at the top of the board, and it's very important to MARTA and to our customers. Our general manager in the state of MARTA, and as we launched into fiscal year 20, put out a list of action items that many of the senior team members here at MARTA became sponsors of, and specifically the item I have, which was to implement a station management approach, because we understand that ridership is driven by world-class customer service. And for many of our board members that actually do ride our service, I know you've experienced both good and bad service on the system, and we're mindfully aware that we can do much better and provide significantly better customer service. As everybody knows, we're going to have to win our riders back. This is a curve that you may have seen several times, but this is the rail ridership curve, and you can see in April when the pandemic was announced, just a steep decline in ridership, and it's steadily coming back, but it's coming back at a very, very slow pace. We have numerous service packages to return to service if our ridership climbs very quickly. And to be honest, we're providing tailored service to maintain social distancing on our rail cars. The number of cars we put into place are commensurate with the number of riders that we have right now. Just as a matter of fact, we're running 15 minutes on the branches, which means between Lindbergh and the airport, you can catch a train every 7.5 minutes, which isn't bad service, but we still have incredibly light ridership. So we're roughly 72 to 75% down in rail ridership right now. So our customer's journey on the MARTA system most often involves passing through a MARTA rail station. And as part of that, we consider the rail station a mode. Just like a bus, a rail car, or a mobility vehicle, the station's part of the trip. And we need to transform our stations and our personnel in an all-in approach. And we really need system-wide cultural change, and we need a greater attention to detail. Our stations are okay, but they're not wowing the customer and they're not delighting the customer. And in today's times, they're going to have to be cleaner, smell better, look better, all around. We're going to have to step up our game to have our patrons return. So we're going to need heightened levels of collaboration across all departments, which means Mr. Rucker's State of Good Repair programs and the wonderful things technology's doing with new technology tools in our stations. We really need to win our customers back, and we're aware of that. So we're focusing on what the customers focus on, and to the left are a number of items that were obtained from research and analysis work that was done. But if you boil them all down, what do customers really want? They want timeliness, they want information, they want our employees to be courteous, knowledgeable, and available, and they want cleanliness in a safe environment, and they want reliable equipment. So our new approach to station management is to establish accountability and ownership with actual employees in the stations. They're going to have a piece of real estate that they're actually responsible for. We're going to reallocate existing staff into a new structure that effectuates improved customer service. We're not adding staff. My commitment to Mr. Parker and the C team was to do this initiative without asking for more people or additional funding, but was to realign and focus our efforts. We have plenty of wonderful employees. We just need them focused together. And just as a bullet point, station maintainers, station agents, light cleaners, heavy cleaners, our trackway cleaning folks, and the end of the line rail car cleaners you'll often see at HE Homes or at the airport. We're putting them all together in one chain of command under one group, so communication, team meetings, everything can happen. Right now they're dispersed amongst 3 different offices within the authority, and we're bringing them all together. So the concept here with the zoning is to divvy up the MARTA system into 6 zones, with 5 points being its own zone just because of its importance to the authority, its ridership, and how it's centrally located. And we've actually started with some of our employees in what we call a soft launch of acting station zone superintendents. And each one of the zone superintendents is responsible for about 6 to 8 stations. And what we're doing right now is we're cleaning heavily in the stations. We've got actual 7 contractors we brought on temporarily while COVID-19 is ongoing and ridership is down, to get the stations looking good and smelling good. And we're doing everything from cleaning escalator steps to the elevators to the stainless steel to the glass to trying out new sealant to get our floors shiny and looking nice. We call them hot spots, and we want to make sure that those items that are most impactful, we get to them before our riders return. So I cannot understate the amount of work that Deputy Chief of Rail Operations, George Wright, has been doing. He has been working across the agency, pulling different groups together, research and analysis and technology, facilities, customer service folks, just really working across the board, because this is an all-in proposition for MARTA. It's not a rail situation. It's not a station situation. It involves our bus riders having an enjoyable transition from a station to a bus to a station, and catching a train. Knowing that we didn't want to do this in a silo, we've secured resources from 2 very seasoned and knowledgeable industry folks, Mr. Dan Grabowskis and Brian Dwyer, with the support from Jacob Johnson, to help us develop standards of care what is good enough in a station, what is clean enough in a station. The only way this is going to be enforceable is if we can teach our employees that you know, mediocre is not acceptable, and that we really need a fantastic job being done. So our station zone superintendents are a new position that we've created, and I'm going to slide this right there. And similar to a Kroger or a public store manager, where you have a face and contact information, we're going to be doing the same thing in the stations. They'll be responsible and accountable, and they'll be responsible for 6 to 8 contiguous rail stations. They're going to function not only as a station lead, but a community ambassador. They're expected to know what's going on in the community. They're expected to know what type of special events are happening. They're expected to know how the service quality is for the day, and how ridership's going, and whether we're having a tough time of it or if we're having excellent customer service. And they're also responsible for seamless transitioning to keep an eye on the bus loops, the mobility drop-offs, and our rail service. And a new initiative that we're calling Station Allocation, we spend a whole lot of time scheduling work on MARTA's trackway, because track time is a premium, and there's just not enough time out there. What we have done in the past is coordinate Frank and Marsh's people with the maintenance people, with the cleaning folks, to make sure that the station zone superintendents know what kind of work's going on in the station. And many of the board members have contacted me during single tracking, only to tell me that there's people standing on a platform and a train's never going to come, and somehow they've walked around our barriers, and we've got to do a better job. So all those types of things that make construction work, maintenance work, not really inhibit the journey of our patrons, we're going to work very hard to make sure we coordinate that. Slide down here. So I am going to step you through a day in the life of a station zone superintendent, and if you would be polite enough to work with me through the dialogue, I'd really love to do this. So our station zone superintendents will check in 0600, 0700. They'll often look at the MARTA app and the IOC notifications to see how service is running. This particular station zone superintendent boards at College Park, notifies rail control that they're on the system. They engage customer service, our bus supervisors and maintainers, and MARTA police and station agents to see how service is going. They look around the station for trash, debris, and to see if the station overall has an acceptable appearance. They're absolutely engaged with the station agents to make sure they're out in the engaging our customers. And I don't want to use the term wallflower, but sometimes we have customers, station agents that just don't actively engage our customers, and we've got to go to our customers. We can't lay back and wait for them to come to us. And then we're going to check that digital arrival and departure information, because we know how very important it is to our riders for trip time. And a lot of work's been done by technology, with Kirk's team, with David Emery, Luz Barrero chipping in, trying to make sure these electronic signs, and then Frank's team delivering the AVIS project, audiovisual information system, to really work towards getting the information for travel time, train arrival on these screens much more accurate. And then probably a document you've never heard of before. It's called a Train Operator's Restriction Information Sheet. We affectionately call it a tourist sheet, which tells you where the work is going on the system, and our employees should know where the work is going so that they can guide our patrons and let them know if there's going to be a delay or an obstruction. Well, after all that happens, it's time for rush hour. And we position our teams for AM rush because we want them in the thick of things, down on the platforms, close to the fare gates, and they're going to get us through that AM rush hour. And once that's over, they're going to try to locate their research and analysis counterpart that works with Dr. Salters and Rob Goodwin under Luz Barrero's watch. And they're going to board a train and ride up to Zone 5. And they're going to be looking at heat tickets to see what type of maintenance requests are coming in. Our supervisors are also going to do ride checks to make sure that the operators are making nice, crisp sound announcements, because we know we have operators that are just wonderful, and we have some that maybe speak a little too quickly and some that are garbled, and we know we have the occasional PA issue on the train that we need to deal with. So they're going to be doing ride checks, and they're going to report any issues as they travel through the system. So once they get up to their zone, They're going to go out and visit with the employees, and they're going to visit with Miss Belina, who happens to be a research and analysis person, and they're going to start engaging customers and talking to customers about their experience. They've also got a busy schedule that day because they've got to meet up with some of Frank's folks in project management and construction. There's going to be work in the station coming up in a couple of months, and they want to make sure they walk around with the resident engineers and the project manager and the contractor to make sure when they stage their equipment and they put it in the station, they're not blocking stairwells, platform areas, and that it's not unsightly. So there's a lot of work to be done there. They're also going to look at new ways to improve service and greet our customers. If they're fortunate, they get a lunch break. And after the lunch break, they've actually got a meeting with the Community Investment District representatives. And we're going to meet with MARTA TOD and real estate, and they're looking at some streetscape work for walkability, tree plantings, lighting, and bike racks. So our station zone superintendent will support that effort. And then they'll compose their findings for the day and report them back to what we call the Maintenance Control Center portal, which is an active room with personnel that are taking service requests and work orders, and we're actually scanning all of that data. When that's done, it's time for the afternoon rush, and again, they'll greet customers and get into position. And assuming we've got a nice, successful PM rush, they'll check in with their general superintendent for the day, and then they'll head home safely. So it's a full day. It's an engaging day. We're going to be very strategic in who we hire and put in these positions. It's an incredible utility infielder type position, and it requires a whole number of skill sets. So, and they're going to basically be the leader of the zones. We're actually pulling in data right now, and the folks that are acting in the positions are giving us reports on hot spots and dirty areas and giving us a lot of stats. And we've polished up our dashboard. It looks much more prettier than this, but this was Rev Zero when we put it together, and we're actively, we didn't want to wait too long to get the information because we wanted to start this program as quickly as possible while the ridership was low, get the bugs worked out, so when ridership returns, we're ready to go. So our MARTA staff, our light and heavy cleaning staff, have been in the stations, actively working very hard to clean the stations. And if you look at your upper left, you can see just how good of a job an escalator step cleaner does. And the right side of that escalator facing downward has been cleaned, and the left side has not been touched because the cleaner only does half a step at a time. And during the COVID-19, with the low ridership and folks not on the escalators, we said, break out those machines. Let's get all of these escalators clean. And I can safely say they've gone through the Dome, State Farm, Georgia World Congress Center station and done all the steps. And we're working very hard at that station while there's no special events to really make the station look great when folks come back. And there's a whole lot of other activities going on. You see our trackway cleaning crew down there working at the Dome, and you can see the difference in the concrete. And of course, we're fighting graffiti because graffiti just doesn't go away. And I think with the uncertainty we've seen in the last couple of weeks, we've seen an escalation in graffiti, and we're working very hard to control the graffiti. We've also have our station contractors that we've onboarded, and thanks to contracts and legal, we had 6 cleaning contractors, and now we have 7. And honestly, we've appraised staff. We're auditioning these contractors. This is a great time to see who cleans well and who we would maybe want to onboard in the future. And it also energizes our own staff because now they've got a little bit of competition because they know we have contractors working in cleaning, and our own staff are trying to do a great job as well to see, where the bulk of the work is going to lie. So as I proceed forward, station agents. We realize we have work to do in the station agent program, and I'm using the terms revise, retrain, and re-energize. The content in the station services training program and operator's manual is actually quite good. A smile, good morning, I'd be happy to help you, my pleasure that you often hear in a Chick-fil-A. The content is there, but we need to retrain and re-energize our folks. I'll use a word, uninspired. I had a conversation with our general manager this morning who routinely rides, who routinely calls and texts me, and lets me know whether he has a great experience or a poor experience. And today he shared with me some uninspired employees that just really weren't motivated, and they weren't rude or anything, but they were just lacking energy, and we know we can do better for sure. So we're going to listen to our customers, and we're going to retrain our staff, because we have customers that require information. We have customers with physical disabilities that need assistance, and we've got customers that are flat out violating MARTA policy that we need to manage without conflict. So there's a lot of different skills that our employees need to understand. Now, that gold or orange arrow that I'm pointing to is right out of some of the training material, and I wanted to emphasize this. No matter how clean our facilities are or updated our technologies are, human interaction is at the core of good customer service. For those of you that were fortunate to enjoy the Super Bowl experience we had a couple of years ago, the stations looked great. We cleaned them up, but it was really the smiling faces, the jackets, the toboggans, and the energy that the employees had that made all the welcome guests that came into Atlanta feel great and leave the city. And the media gave us an A+, which is rare, right? When does the media actually give you an A+ for doing a good job? So we understand it's our employees that are going to make a difference, and we really need to retrain and re-energize them. So we're combining MARTA's technical training group and the learning and development group, which really takes more of an enterprise approach, and putting those two resources together to really re-energize and revitalize the program. So leveraging technology, and we're getting close to the end here, we've concluded that we have no shortage of data. We have report upon report upon report, but what we found out is the turnaround time to get the data into the employees that can really make a difference, there's a lag time there that hurts. So certain items will sit around a while, and I've even had board members call me 2 days in a row and say, I called yesterday and it's still there, and unfortunately we need to get our resources out there and get these things cleaned. We're underutilizing our maintenance control center, and we're underutilizing some of our maintenance software tools. And the other thing I noticed when Mr. Parker put me on this venture is we've got a lot of people in the stations, but they're basically in a decentralized approach, and they're not coming into the station, cleaning everything up, painting, cleaning, getting everything sparkling, fixing water leaks. They're kind of coming in one at a time, so you never really get a wow factor, and you walk in the station and say, gosh, they fixed the station up. So we're going to spend a lot of time with the maintenance divisions and the planners that schedule the service requests to get them aligned to swoop into a station, to do a good job, get in, get out, and really make the station look good. And each of the stations tells a story. For those of you that have a favorite station or a station that you go to every day, the station has a character, has a personality. It has areas that stay clean, and it has areas that are constantly getting dirty. So we're going to have each one of the station zone superintendents keep a station journal. It's going to be the signature of the station. And we know we don't have unlimited resources, so the point here is to focus on those bang for buck areas in the stations that we know are the problem areas, and to really focus at the station on those areas to make a difference. We realize that at night our cleaning staff goes home, and often we have dirty messes that are left at midnight, and unfortunately you come in at 5:30 and the dirty mess might be there. So we're going to try to correct all of those issues. We have data upon data upon data: litter, graffiti, stainless steel, foul odors, trash receptacles, ridership analyses, and one of our favorites here, our mystery shopper, right, that rides the system. So there's no shortage of data. But what we've realized is it's great to bring it to you in a board presentation, but if we can't effectuate change on the system, it's no good. And what I just wanted to show you is, here's a quick example of an elevator going out of service. We need to put a service update on the MARTA website as quick as possible. We need to change our signs and put information onto the signs in the stations. And if you look at the bottom of that mock sign, this is part of the AVIS project, you can see the different modes of travel with rail and bus and elevators and escalators. And there's going to be basically flashes of information, and I'm using Candler Park here as an example. And then down below is a template we've designed that will be actually at the elevator door, such that if we have an out-of-service elevator, we're going to flip it down and it's going to have navigation instructions on it to first apologize for the elevator being out of service, but telling you what your next best opportunity is for traveling through the system. And that's just one escalator being out of service. So we've really got to streamline this information. So where do we go from here? We're going to continue to develop our standards of care. We're going to ramp up and complete our customer service training curriculum. We're going to hire very selectively the station zone superintendents and station care supervisors. We're going to develop that station allocation process that makes sure that maintenance and construction and everybody that's working in the station is not inconveniencing our customers. And then we're going to formally and strategically roll out the program. We're learning right now, we're recording data, we're fixing things, but with Jeff and Melissa, Chief of Staff, and really rolling this out. And during the dry run, you know, Ms. Ivy made a good point is, you know, there's executive team involvement here and there's board participation too. And I'm glad to report that our C team members have agreed to sponsor a zone. So I'll use Frank, for example, who I know gets on down there at College Park. He would cover the South Zone. And several of our C team members, including Mr. Parker, get on the East line, and they ride east to west to 5 Points or to some of the other stations. So they're going to sponsor these zones so they actually get to engage and talk to our customers. So we're very excited about that. And then finally, we understand that we're going to have to improve the program. It's not going to be a one and done. This is a big investment for the authority, and this culture change that we've talked about and customer trust. We are operating in a COVID era, and we're going to be operating in a post-COVID era. And as I stated before, things have to be cleaner, smell better, look better, and our employees have to be much more pleasant to our riders in order to bring the riders back. We've got a long road to go. And I will leave it at that and turn it back over. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Dave? Dave, that's an excellent report, and I'm still excited about this program. I think it's very important and one of the things that will certainly bring credit to the agency. Mm-hmm. Any comments or questions?
Yeah, this is Rod Fryer. I got a comment.
Yes, sir.
I think this is an excellent presentation, and I think you're right on the mark when it comes to delivering customer service right where the contact points are. I love the station zone superintendent's concept. Once again, I think that if that can be connected with the people who live and ebb and flow within our stations, you'll get a tremendous amount of support and input about what they would like to see. You know, you talk about personalities about stations. I mean, that's really what made the stations I saw when we went to New York make a difference. They had personality. And I think working with the superintendents, you can really drive that home, because when people walk into these stations, they recognize them by their personalities, then they don't have to worry about which station they're getting off at, because I know where that station is. That's the station that's got all the pretty plants and they got the wall murals and such and such. So I think that is a great way to drive MARTA's brand, but also, once again, get customers excited about going to our stations because they like what they see and feel. I think the wow factor is critical. And I tell you, I think if you could make the wow factor in those bathrooms look like it's a wow factor, it change a lot of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, because I know that those are places where people may not want to go, but they have to go. And I tell you, when I walk into bathrooms, and I've been in a lot of different bathrooms in different places, when I can see that they're painted and they're clean and they're bright, I know that even in a restaurant, I know that if they take care of the bathroom, I know they're going to take care of what's in the back room when they cook it. So I love it, man. I think you're right on the mark. So keep it up. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Trouson.
Yes.
Anybody else have comments? Not Dave, thank you very much. You also have, under other matters, you have the FY 2020.
Hello, hi.
Oh, excuse me.
Hi, Mr. Griffith.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Rita Scott. I had a comment and a question.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to say great presentation as well. Ditto to all the comments made. I do have just one question, because not every train station actually have restrooms Are there any thoughts to installing restrooms at some of the locations that do not have one?
And that is a fantastic question. So all of the MARTA stations at one time had open restrooms, less the airport. And right now we have roughly 17 stations. Our patrons have access to a restroom. There are typically 2 restrooms per station, and right now we're letting our employees use one, and we're letting our patrons use the other. And within our capital program, we have monies programmed to rehabilitate the restrooms, and possibly, if all goes well and we rehabilitate the 17 that we have open right now, that we could expand the program a little more. I will want to mention that this maintenance control center that we have what we've designed as a smart restroom. If you go to Lindbergh and you use that facility, it has a button to get in. It has a camera on the outside of the door that can see that people are entering. It has a call button on the inside. It has all hardened stainless steel appliances that are inset, so you can't sit on them and break them. And that is the design that we're looking to make all the other stations be. And if we can get that smart restroom program off the ground, it will free up our station agents so they don't have to unlock the door all the time for the patrons. Because, like, take College Park, for example, if you use that, it's a highly used station. Once one of our employees gets by the restroom door, you might be there for 30 minutes because folks are just using the restrooms consistently. So, Ms. Scott, I hear you clearly, and I can also follow up a little bit later with additional information on how we're going to tackle the restrooms and keep them open longer and get them nice and clean for our patrons. Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have something if I may.
Yes, you may.
I want to go back to the cleaning and safety issues related to the stations. And I think what I specifically want to focus on is what we're doing right now about COVID. Obviously, there have been a lot of high-profile things going on in Atlanta and in the country at the moment and over the last couple of weeks. But one of the things that I think people lost sight of was the risk of further transmission and re-acceleration and loss of progress on community transmission of COVID. And we're now seeing some of the results of that. Infection rates, particularly here in the South. I would like us to strongly consider, and I know it has been an ongoing discussion, but I'd like to put more urgency to the discussion about how do we encourage, if not require, our passengers to wear masks. I get that requiring them presents both legal and practical challenges, but encouraging that and frankly facilitating it, because for a large number of the people who are riding our system, they're riding our system because they're getting to jobs that they don't have a choice whether they get to go to or not, or whether they can perform it remotely or not. And to the extent that we can help remove an economic or practical barrier for them for wearing a mask, both on our system and off of it, by distributing masks to people who need them, I think that is both in our customers' interests, I think it's in our staff's interests, and I think it's in the region's interest that we do so. I have a difficult time figuring out how to not sound rabid about that point, but there are millions of dollars floating around for such preventative measures, and they need to be done yesterday. They need to be done last week. They need to be done last month, but they damn sure need to be done as soon as possible. And I don't want to have I don't want to get another report about what we're thinking about doing a month from now. I'd really like to see us implement something, even if it's just a pilot and it needs to be scaled or it needs to be evaluated, but to do something about it as quickly as possible, because sometimes our paralysis for analysis at MARTA can be a real problem. And that, that's not a criticism of the current management. It's been true as long as I've been on the board, and I'm sure longer than that. The second piece is there's also hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of Georgia of federal money for testing. And I would like to encourage us to implement a routine testing program, particularly for our frontline customer-facing employees, whether that's the police department, it's our operators, it's our other staff who deal with the public on a regular basis. For us, as we learn more about the high rate of asymptomatic positive test results and the risk of spread from those asymptomatic individuals, getting a handle on who has it and giving them the opportunity then to self-quarantine, to track and contact the people they've been in contact with, is how we're gonna be able to manage and limit further expansions of this pandemic. I don't think it would come at a cost to MARTA, or at least if there is a cost, I think it's one we can and should bear. And I'd similarly like to urge that we implement an employee testing program, just a routine testing program, not just to the people who are saying, I have a high fever and a flat cough and I think I'm sick, but just to do it, whether it's once a week, whether it's once every 2 weeks, whatever it is. I think there's a real public health value there. And I'd like to strongly encourage us to do that. And I think that ends my soapbox rant, and I appreciate y'all's patience in listening to it.
I'll never understand how face masks became a political issue anyhow. But anybody else want to follow up? If not,
can I just mention?
Sure,
can
Jeff.
I just mention that Mr. Asher, hear you loud and clear. We talked about this last night. We've kind of been managing this through a group that's focusing on a lot of things. A working group that's focusing on what we're calling our new normal task force. And what I'll commit to do is pull these two issues out of it and personally engage. And I hear you loud and clear and agree that the time to act is now. The time around initiatives like this, there's a window, and we need to act with speed and focus. So you have my commitment to focus on those issues.
All right.
Chairman, I'd also like to weigh in onto what Bobby said. This is Alicia Ivy. Absolutely, positively in total agreement with Robbie. In addition to that, I want to also bring to the members of the board attention that City Councilwoman Andrea Boone held a wonderful COVID-19 testing at one of our stations in addition to giving away masks, and it was a success. I think that in addition to that, we can look at even partnering in meaningful ways to provide testing for the general public, those who cannot get the testing that they need. This is certainly a crisis, as we all know, but also it is a way of us restoring the trust back for our ridership to come back stronger than ever. People don't feel confident in riding a system when they do not know if people are not cognizant of this pandemic and the effects of not wearing a mask. So that was part two of Robbie's rant, but I wanted to make sure to weigh in on that and say that it is very, very important, and I do agree.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Tomlinson, I had a comment.
Hey, Chris.
I agree, and specifically about the masks, that Jeff and I have had some conversations, because this is an issue that literally crosses and doesn't respect any borders and has impact throughout the region. As you pointed out, Robbie, I think there are some legal issues regarding the enforcement, but that certainly doesn't have to get in the way of the message of strongly encouraging people to wear them. It is the CDC guideline, and it's for the safety and protection of everyone. So from a regional perspective, look forward to continuing conversations. And I know you want to go from conversations to actions, but did want you to know, I see you nodding, that Jeff and I have been talking about this. I've been having the same conversation with the other operators, see if we can take a consistent approach in some of the messaging as it relates to the masks. As far as the testing, definitely interested in engaging in those conversations. I for one, I'm glad that as a state, I think if you compare us to other states, the ability to get testing is probably more advanced in this state than in others. But that's not a substitute or an answer to, I think, some of your specific requests as it relates to either the writing public or the staff. So, but on the mask issue, I think we can quickly get down to some concrete ways to get that message out and reinforce it with the writing public.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to add something.
All right.
First of all, Mr. Ash, thank you so much. Ditto to everything you said. I completely agree. I have been working also just to clarify the executive order signed by the governor. As you know, in the state of Georgia, it is illegal to wear a mask in public other than Halloween, which is sad, even for medical reasons. The executive order allowed, based upon the COVID-19 and the conditions set by the CDC, the governor did sign the executive order allowing masks in public. That order has been extended to July 12th. Unless it's extended again for 30 days, it will expire July. And this is something that personally I've been working on at the state capitol. Everyone, this will expire July 12th unless it is extended. And so it is very important. And I would like to support anyone. I am sure that the drivers would welcome the requirement of masks and the support of masks by the passengers and themselves. So I agree with everything you said. And please be aware that this is something that I am very aware of because it expires on July 12th.
All right, thank you, Ms. Scott. Anything else? If not, you have the April key performance indicators in your packet. I refer you to that. Is there anything else to come before this committee? If not, we stand adjourned. All right, we're ready for the next committee meeting. All right. Mr. Price.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. I'd like to call to a meeting, the Business Management Committee meeting. You have before you approval of the minutes for the May 28th meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
We need to call a roll.
Would you like for me to call the roll?
Yes, please call a roll.
Okay. Roberta Abdul Salam, Robbie Ash, Jim Durrett, Roderick Edmond.
I'm here. I'm going to have to leave at 1:30 though.
Yes, sir. Bill Floyd.
Present.
Roderick Frierson.
Present.
Ryan Glover. Jerry Griffin.
Here.
Frida Hardage. Alicia Ivy. Russell McMurray. Al Pond.
Present.
Rita Scott. Rita Scott. Rita Scott. Christopher Thomason.
Present, but like Rod, I have to leave at 1:30.
And Thomas Worthy. We have 9 board members on the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanya. So what you have before you are the meeting minutes for the Business Management Committee meeting on May 28th. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve, Griffin.
Second that motion? I need a second on the motion of the minutes.
Al trying to second it. He's off.
Second, Al Pond.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. All those are who are not in favor of the motion of the minutes. Are there anyone who are not in favor of the minutes as they presented to the board? Are there abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries for the minutes. Second item on the agenda is a resolution authorizing the modification in the contractual authorization for the cloud-based learning management system, P42158. Sherry Johnson, Director of Learning and Development. Ms. Johnson, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. IT, can I share my desktop?
Yes, just a second.
Hopefully you can see that. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, very well. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Business Management Committee, board members, and Mr. Parker. I'm Cherie Johnson, the Director of Learning and Development. I'm within the Human Resources organization. I'm here to request approval for resolution authorizing the modification in the contractual authorization for the cloud-based learning management system. We implemented the learning management system powered by SABA and have branded the system internally as MARTA Learn. The system is the backbone to all learning administration activities. The goal is to continue to modernize and improve the learning infrastructure at MARTA. From a financial standpoint, for the initial implementation of the system, the cost was $197,441.97, and we use capital funding. We are requesting approval for additional operating funds in the amount of $287,479,000, which will make the total contract value a little over $400,000. So let me share a little more background about the system. The system is used authority-wide and it is accessible to all employees. We use the system to track and manage learner enrollments. We use the system for any online training as well as any virtual learning, and we've been doing a lot of that given the COVID-19 situation. We also utilize the system for an online course catalog that employees can access various training. The system is also utilized for tracking certification and competency-based learning. And it also has a very social and collaborative aspect to it, as well as succession planning. The system houses all of the employee records and training history, which is important, particularly for FTA and GDOT auditing purposes. Also, if there are any legal situations, we use the system to pull employee training records as well. So we host a lot of training here in the organization. We just recently did cybersecurity awareness. We launched safety management system training where we had 3,600 active employees complete training using the system. We've also used the system to launch the COVID-19 training which I understand was shared with the board as well as GDOT. So the system has ran extremely well since we implemented it in December of 2019. To date, we've had over 10,000 hits on the system, so it is performing very well. From a procurement standpoint, we selected the SABA system for several reasons. Upon evaluating a host of systems, we looked at Microsoft Learning Management System 365. We also evaluated Cornerstone and obviously SABA. We found the SABA system to be the best fit. And by the way, SABA in Spanish means aha, if you will. So it's an interesting name, if you will. But nevertheless, we found the system to be very intuitive and end-user friendly. The system also has, robust reporting capabilities along with other features, as I mentioned. During the evaluation of the learning management system, we learned that SABA had acquired Hologen, and Hologen is the performance management system that we will be using. And so during the discovery, we learned how the performance management system and the learning management system could interface to share development plans. We can also look at skill gaps, and we can make training recommendations. So this is directionally how we want to move and develop talent in the organization. The system is very intelligent. It has machine learning, so it pays attention, very similar to Netflix. It pays attention to the type of learning that you're taking or may need, and it will make recommendations to the employee about the various learning that is available to them and serve that up to them. So it is really a sophisticated learning management system. So in conclusion, I am requesting approval for the modification and contractual authorization for the cloud-based learning management system. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Ms. Johnson. Can I get a motion to consider the resolution? This has just been.
Alpine, so moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Bill Floyd, second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any discussion? I hear no discussion from the board members. Are there any ones who are opposed to the resolution that's been presented? Are there any abstentions? Okay, hearing none, the resolution has been adopted. The next item on the agenda is a briefing for the FY 2020 April financial highlights and key financial performance indicators. Mr. Kevin Hurley, Interim Chief Financial Officer. Mr. Hurley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Frierson. Good afternoon, members of the Business Management Committee and Mr. Parker. Let me call this presentation up here. Can you all see the presentation?
We can.
Yes.
All right. All right, well, we'll get going into the April financial highlights. I just wanted to point out that this is an out of cycle presentation, and we specifically did this so we could see a full month of the COVID impact on our revenue, and rather than just a half a month of the impact. You can't see the whole thing. What? They're only seeing that.
Kevin, you're in the presenter mode, just so you know. We can see your notes,
Okay.
but that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I was showing the other screen to you here. No, this is fine. They can still see it. Okay, so what this is showing year to date through April, and as you can see, the net revenue is actually lower than budget by $4.1 million. But this is balanced a little bit by the expenditures for year-to-date being under budget by $19.2 million. You know, the net impact is showing a $14.3 million surplus through April. And I've gotten a look at the main numbers, and it's still showing a $7.6 million surplus. This surplus is really driven by how well we did in the initial part of the year. And in reality, through February, we were carrying a $23.9 million surplus at the end of February. This slide digs into a little bit of the detail. So what's driving the shortfall in revenue? And as we can see here, it's basically the two largest sources of our revenue and sales tax and passenger revenue. Sales tax is $5.6 million lower than budget, and passenger revenue is $7.9 million lower than budget. It's partially being offset by good performance through April in the TAVT, vehicle title ad valorem tax, other revenue, and lease income. As discussed on our prior page, this has been offset by good performance in the expense side of things. And what we're seeing here is salaries and wages are performing well year to date, as well as benefits. And the result of that is the $19.2 million below budget on the expense side. Note the overtime is at $6.6 million. That is, you're seeing that rate decrease on a monthly basis. That was well above 50%. Now it's down to 28. Next month, you'll see it down in the 25 to 23% range. So we continue to work on the overtime. And as discussed previously in prior months, the contractual services, that line has been driven by legal settlements and casualty and liability costs. This slide is designed to show what percentage of the sales tax that's coming into MARTA is being utilized for operations, to support the operations of the organization. So the sales tax currently that's been required is $199.7 million. And the total receipts to date are $453.42 million. And that's a percentage of 44%. You'll note that since the sales tax has been below budget, and you'll note even further next month that that percentage has grown. It was as low as 41% earlier in the year, and since the sales tax is below budget, it's rising. Looking at the current month of April, and April's going to get in, it's really going to be prevalent when we look here and at the next page. For the month of April, net revenue was $15 million below budget, although net expenses continued to perform well and were $6.4 million below budget. The result was still a sizable deficit for the month of April due to the drop in the revenue. Now we look into the detail. The sales tax was $5.3 million lower than budget. Title ad valorem tax is coming down a little, so it's a little under budget at $700,000. But look at passenger revenue was $8.8 million less than the $10.3 million budget. 85.6% below budget for the month of April. Of course, we discussed it earlier. This is partially being offset by very good performance in salaries and wages. The month of April was actually a little bit higher in salaries and wages, and that is actually attributed to the stipends that we paid as well as the hero pay to the frontline employees. If we did not pay those, the salaries and wage line would be $2 million below budget. So just as a direct result of trying to take care of the frontline employees, we went over budget for the month a little bit. Overtime performed well again. This is the second time that we've been below budget in the overtime category. And You'll likely see that next month as well. The benefits program have performed very well in April. You can see that workers' comp was 68.8% below budget. Healthcare for rep and non-rep was 49.4% below budget. And our contractual services line item was also 25% below budget. So expenses are performing well. It's really related to the decline in healthcare services that our employees are seeking due to this pandemic. A lot of people are not going to the doctor unless they absolutely have to. A lot of the doctor's offices are not seeing patients unless it's related to emergencies. And so while that's helping right now, you know, we can look forward, and as things start to open, people get more comfortable going to the doctor, we may see people trying to make up for testing and things that have not been done here in these last couple of months or so. And that concludes the financial highlights. Okay, here are no questions.
Yes, Kevin Alpon, I have a question. Go back to your prior slide, please.
Sure.
Great job on the expense side, but the budget is somewhat balanced by federal assistance. So my question is, do we change that, or when we set the budget for the beginning of this fiscal year, that number is locked down to a specific amount? Or are we massaging that number as we go forward?
Well, yes, sir. The way it's working for, are you speaking for FY20, or are you speaking for FY21, how we're handling it in FY21?
I'm sorry, apologize. I was jumping ahead. 21.
Okay.
So in 20, we haven't budgeted any of the CARES Act money, but we will use that to offset any deficit at the end of the year. And then the other thing, just so we should all, I just want to remind folks that pension liability is not accounted for here, and we will see that when we close the numbers, although we're expecting a positive number for pension liability this year. But for 2021, we will be adding, correct, Kevin, a line item in revenue, which will be CARES Act funds. And we will be that will in effect be a revenue line item. Is that how we'll do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll be able to see what CARES Act funds are coming in to support it. And in fact, we will, in all likelihood, be drawing significantly more than is necessary for the budget, which will allow us to preserve some sales tax for FY22.
Right.
We can draw it faster because we're applying it to the operating expenditures for the organization rather than a smaller specific task.
Great. And Kevin, I have a question, and it's one of this clarity. On slide number 4, what this particular slide is a percentage of sales revenue that is used for operating expenses. And so I think this is something that previous board members have requested. So what does this really tell me? Does it tell me that we're spending more of the money on operating funds or less? And which direction should we be? And is there some type of top or bottom that we should be looking at when we look at this particular document?
Yes, sir. This particular slide was adopted many years ago when we had the 50-50 restriction put in place.
All right, that's what it was. Okay.
And since that has been removed, we still felt it was important to understand how much sales tax was going to operating and how much was going to capital. And we do that so we want to try and get additional operating revenue to help support operations other than sales tax and try to drive down some of our utilization of sales tax to support operations in order to utilize those on the capital side of the equation. So that was the intent, and what this is intended to show is that, hey, we're operating between 40 and 50%. That's pretty normal. If we get above 50%, that's kind of a little bit eye-opening, and maybe credit rating agencies would look at that your operations are now starting to cost more and taking a bigger percentage than you have available to pay for the bonds and things of that nature. So it's just to give us a gauge on how much we're using to support the operating side of the house.
Okay. All right, good. That's what I want to make sure I was clear on. That's what you had mentioned before. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Hurley?
Okay, hearing none, I'll jump right into the April financial KPIs.
Okay.
And this first slide is net operating revenue as compared to expenses. And so you can see the blue line is the revenue. And for most part of the year, revenue was coming in higher than expenses. And then in February, the pandemic started, and we saw a hit in March, and then a further decline in April. So we were performing great, and then all of a sudden, it all shifted on us. This slide shows the cumulative effect of the prior slide, showing net operating revenue and expenses, and you can see that we were performing above budget. I mean, the expenditures were less than revenue. The revenue was performing better for the majority of the year, and you can see here in the last couple of months that blue line is now turning, and it appears to be moving towards the expenditure line. So the cumulative effect right now is still showing that $14 million surplus. That's the gap that we're seeing here. And then as we move towards the end of the year, you're going to start seeing that come together. This slide shows the total sales tax and ad valorem tax revenue by month. Same story, you can see us performing above, the blue line is performing above the budget for the vast majority of the year and above the prior year in gray. And then in March and April, you see it dip below budget and then and it's well below budget for April. And here's a cumulative effect of the same chart. You can see here the blue line, the actuals were performing better cumulatively until the same time frame, March, April. The actuals are now below budget by $2 million cumulatively, but it is slightly higher than prior year, about $7 million.
This is Bill Floyd.
Yes, sir.
Do you have on sales tax receipts for May or June?
I can get them. I don't have them right in front of me. I do have the operating sales tax in front of me, and it's down. Let's see here, about 12 May only. The operating side only is down about 6.7 million, so it's probably down another 15 million for the month of May total.
So would we expect that number to
so Kevin,
under budget,
kind of flatten out?
It is flattening out. It may actually turned out to be this line on this particular this line on this particular chart, the sales tax is flattening in May, where it's going to be very similar to what it was in April, maybe a little bit higher, which was a surprise. So it's that blue line's actually moving closer to prior year, and it'll continue to do so for the next couple of months. We are seeing some.
Kevin, while past performance is no indication of future returns, what you're saying is that there's a trend, at least in May, that's better than April. Is that for sales tax and sales tax? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's flattening out in April and May. I mean, we dropped dramatically. We took the hit, and while it's not climbing quickly, or it's not a V, it's kind of stopped right now. Although we did hear sales in May were very good.
Okay.
So we're expecting something interesting in June, I hope. This one is kind of eye-popping. It's the passenger revenue by millions. Yes, sir, Mr. Floyd. You can see the blue line, the actuals. We were performing slightly lower than last year for the majority of the year, but we were ahead of budget for the year. And same story, we hit March and April, and here's the nosedive to the 1.5 million that we saw in the prior slide. I do have May's passenger revenue, and it has had a slight uptick to 2.7 million. And it's something that we are seeing some increased ridership, and that's what's attributable to the May number. And it's slightly, I'm guessing at this, but based on the ridership that we're seeing in June, it may be a slight increase to the 2.7 in June. This is cumulative passenger revenue. Same story, doing well, slightly below prior year, ahead of budget, and then we hit March and April, and we see it just turn and almost go flat to the right. So due to the pandemic, we're about 14.5 million lower than passenger revenue from last year, and 7.9 million lower than budgeted for FY20. Cumulative net operating revenue. The actuals performed well, same story. We're slightly below budget, about 4.1 million, and about $500,000 higher than we were last year at this time. The reason it's closer than the sales tax is because of the better performance in vehicle title ad valorem tax, lease income, and other revenue. Cumulative net operating expenses. This is a good story. The actuals we're tracking below budget, and we're actually seeing a trend that has developed over the last few months of further declines. So we are slightly higher than we were last year. And I did go try to get a look at May, and it looks like May is only 200,000 above last year's expenditure mark for the same time period. So expenditures are looking good, and they're actually helping us out on that revenue loss. Last couple of slides here are related to labor. Gross labor, the blue line actuals, have been performing well against budget for the entire year. And if you'll note, since January, gross labor has been lower than FY19. So performing very well. You can see Mr. Parker alluded to the pension, that $62.5 million spike there in the last month of June. That's the prior year pension obligation. And Mr. Parker alluded to the fact that the pension portfolios performed very well through December. So we believe that we'll see a good reversal in that next month. And here's a cumulative look at gross labor. Blue line is below budget all year and trending downward, and it's getting close to prior year numbers. And we'll see that very close in the next month or so. So labor has been performing well. When you look into some background as to why, part of it is due to some efforts done by the budget work group in efficiency savings, the emphasis on overtime that we've been putting in place. There has been a hiring freeze where we're having a more deliberate approach to filling vacant positions and, you know, looking at potential organizational changes as we do so in order to reduce costs without impacting our ability to do our work. And so there's been a lot of actions that help get this gross labor expense line moving in that direction, and we hope to keep up the progress on this. And that concludes the financial KPIs.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Hurley? Okay, so other than that, once again, we just have some other matters, and thanks for that. That there's for the information purposes also. Okay,
Yes,
here. Get on a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Can Mr. Frierson, can I just point out that under other matters, there is a summary of our intents, and it's a document that we'll be providing periodically about the utilization of some GSA or state contracts before we bring them to the board, so the board's aware of this. This was an issue that we were asked for in the past, and our intent is to bring some contracts forward using, I think in this case, the GSA contract, and we've provided that as a summary so that the board isn't getting it at the point we're trying to award a contract.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Parker. Yeah, I see these here as a part of the other matters adjourned. Yeah, okay. All right, hearing no other questions. Okay, I'll adjourn this business management meeting. Yes.
Hello, Chairman. I'm
Yes.
not sure. Hi, this is Rita Scott. I'm not sure you heard me during the roll call. I was having and had to dial back in. So for the record, I just wanted to say I attended this meeting.
Okay, all right. We'll mark you as present.
Thank you.
All right, here, any other questions? Any other comments? All right, call this meeting to be adjourned.
Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it, Mr. Hurley.
Thank you.
All right,
Yes, sir, Mr. Braxton. My pleasure.
Thank you.